Now come to order. This meeting is authorized under the Government Code, Chapter 551, regarding the Open Meetings Act. The agenda for this meeting was registered with the Secretary of State on August 4th. For the record, the date is August 10th, 2023, and the time is 12:30 p.m. Quorum of the board is present. Please note for the minutes that Regent Amato is not here. I'm sure he's watching. All present, please rise, and Regent Tinsley, will you please deliver the invocation?
Gracious Heavenly Father, your Son once said that the greatest among us shall be the servant of all. This is your great gift to each of us. Help us all to get to that place where our greatest happiness in life and living is found in our service to others. We've all received special gifts in life and have worked hard to reach a level of success or we wouldn't be here today. In the midst of any success we achieve, constantly remind us that the true joy in life comes in and through our service to others. Help us this day be in service to our children and youth as we make important decisions concerning the institutions of higher learning which directly affect their lives and future. In your name that we pray, amen.
Pledge of Allegiance to the United States flag. Regent Flores, will you lead us in the pledge of the Texas flag? Thank you both. I want to begin by thanking President Hernandez and Sol Ross team for dinner last night. Sorry I missed it. I look forward to seeing the Big Bend Museum and the additions that we've had here. It's certainly something that we're all proud of as Regents, and I know the system as well as the university is proud of it, so we look forward to seeing that tonight. Sorry again to miss it. I want to also officially welcome Regent Tom Long. Thank you. To his first board meeting, Regent Long is co-chief executive officer of Energy Transfer and alumnus of Lamar University. So thank you for your service. I'd also like to welcome our new student regent, Kelvin Elger, to his first board meeting. Kelvin is a chemical engineer major at Lamar University, pursuing a career in the energy industry. Welcome to the Board of Regents. As we get started with regular business, I would like to remind the board that after a motion is made on an agenda item and the call for the second is requested, to please raise your hand and wait for me to recognize you for the proper recording of the minutes. Also a reminder, we are live streaming this meeting and to silence your phone. Got that. Our first item of business is the approval of the previous meeting minutes on May 25th and 26th of this year. Regents, are there any additions or corrections to the May meeting minutes? Hearing none, do I hear a second? Regent Scott, any discussion? Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes. Approval of the future board meetings. Dates. The next order of business is approval of the future board dates for August and November 24th. This item can be found in the general motion section of the board book. I move we adopt the proposed future board dates. Do I hear a second? Regent Tinsley? Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. That will move to the Finance and Audit Committee. Regent Lee? Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. I got out of order. All right, here we go. Academics and Health Affairs Committee, Regent Flores.
Thank you. Before discussing the agenda items from the Health Affairs Committee meeting, Dr. John Heck, our Vice Chancellor for Academic and Health Affairs, to the podium for a brief update on an exciting new strategic partnership. Dr. Heck.
Thank you, Regent Flores. Regents, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to introduce a brief update, a video update on our system's new strategic partnership with Quantus Services. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Chair Austin and Chancellor for your vision and leadership in helping make this happen, and thanking our institutions as well for their support and collaboration during the planning process, as well as the leadership team from Quantus Services. It's a unique and mutually beneficial partnership. Our system, as a reminder, our system awards over 23,000 degrees and certificates each year. Over the last decade, our system has produced over 200,000 graduates for the state of Texas, while Quantus Services employs roughly 50,000, I think, employees per year, and give or take a few thousand. And so this is going to be really a great opportunity for our system, for jobs and internships for our students and alumni. It's going to be an opportunity for us to showcase our workforce education and training services with Quantus Service employees, as well as aligning faculty expertise with industry expertise for interesting and innovative research and development opportunities. So our goal is to create the premier university system and industry collaboration in the country, one that could be replicated with other companies and organizations in the years to come, to the benefit of our students, to our institutions, to businesses and industry, as well as to the state of Texas. With that,
copy of the videos in case you weren't able to see and read the faraway screens. Thank you.
On both sides of this, so from the company as well as where I sit, it's been great. Bit from Sam, sorry, Josh, White, but you're still in it. When we moved it to the system, it really, I think, changed the way that we look at it from a company, and we can do a lot more things with all the degrees and work with everyone. So certainly appreciate from my standpoint and that what the system's done and all the curriculum that we're going to create and the students that we get out of the university. So thank you.
We look forward to receiving updates on the benefits of this strategic partnership at future meetings. Thank you, Dr. Haig. Now for the committee report. The Academic and Health Affairs Committee met telephonically on Monday, July 31st, 2023, and was chaired by me, with committee member Regent Lee in attendance, as well as representatives from our institutions and system staff. All action and consent items were reviewed, discussed, and approved by the committee to be moved to the full board. Before voting on the first item, I would like to invite Lamar University's Provost, Dr. Dan Brown, to provide brief remarks on their new strategic plan. Dr. Brown.
Thank you, Regent Flores, Chair Austin, members of the Board of Regents, Chancellor McCall, leadership and staff of our Texas State University system, and our system colleagues today. And also thank you, President Hernandez, for your gracious hospitality that you have extended to us here in Alpine. We look forward to welcoming you to Beaumont in November and hope, but cannot promise, cooler weather upon arrival. Last fall, Lamar University faculty and staff participated in a mid-cycle review of the strategic plan approved several years ago and under the previous campus administration. This mid-cycle review was begun not with the intent of disregarding the previous plan, as there were many, many good ideas in it. I would suggest, though, that our mid-cycle review has accomplished several key goals. First, we've prioritized the many initiatives identified with Lamar's strategic plan. Secondly, we've aligned our goals and objectives with institutional priorities established by President Taylor and his leadership team. And finally, we've focused on Lamar's future in Southeast Texas and beyond as we prepare to launch into our second century this fall. A preamble describing Lamar's unique history is provided within your board book and materials. It describes our proximity to Spindletop, and noting that unlike most universities of our type, we were not founded as a normal school or teachers college. After beginning as a junior college, we became Lamar State College of Technology in 1951. This preamble establishes the sense of place and history that we believe is important as we begin our second century and build upon our past achievements. Guiding principles have been developed and described that clearly state our priorities as a university. These principles have already been and will be used as roadmaps to our future work. They include the infusion of lifelong learning skills throughout our curriculum as we prepare our graduates for long-term career success. We will also continue to develop and offer programs that are crucial to the growth and sustainability of the energy industry in Southeast Texas. We are student-focused and committed to graduating career-ready students. At Lamar University, we believe every employee is valuable and that they are engaged in work positively impacting student learning. Everything on campus is academic in one way or another, and we will value our employees there as such. We have embraced a results-driven team approach, believing that we are more productive as a team than through the sum of our parts. And finally, while Lamar is fortunate to be in a solid financial position today, due in no small part to strong system and state support, we will manage our resources strategically and continue to work to increase our reserves. So, to the strategic plan itself. Our mission at Lamar University, new mission, will be to establish Lamar University as a first choice of tomorrow's leaders and career professionals. Our vision is that Lamar University strives to educate leaders, demonstrate excellence in student learning and career readiness, and pursue research with relevance. And finally, I would briefly describe our 4 goals. As has been the case throughout the plan, we have attempted to clearly and succinctly provide direction to our future, and have identified 4 goals that we believe all divisions, colleges, and units on campus can connect with and contribute to. First, excellence, defined as the quality of truly being the best of something. Excellence means greatness. Examples of outcomes associated with this goal include continued enrollment growth, developing our strength as academic innovators, pursuing research with relevance, and recognizing and rewarding excellence among our faculty, staff, students, and alumni. Our second goal is success. And success is defined as the achievement of a desired goal, not necessarily as a destination, but as a journey that helps develop the resources needed to thrive. And here our objectives include developing new pathways to enrollment and graduation from our university, increasing student success, developing the career readiness of our graduates, and competing for athletic championships in the Southland Conference. Our third goal is engagement. This reflects a level of enthusiasm and dedication that will bring us to greater heights of productivity and performance. Objectives here include developing robust campus life and learning opportunities, strengthening our connections to our alumni from all academic programs, both face-to-face and online, and continuing to develop strategic industry and community partners. And our final goal, of course, is effectiveness, or the capability of achieving intended or expected outcomes at Lamar University as we manage and invest our resources effectively and efficiently. Here, we will be looking at objectives such as completing successfully the Our Moment Is Now capital campaign, managing our fiscal, and human resources effectively and efficiently, and making strategic investments in support of strategic initiatives, including but not limited to our new campus master plan. With your approval, our divisions, colleges, and units will identify their specific contributions to this plan by October 1, and we will begin measuring our achievement of these goals with plan update submissions by June 15, 2024. I would like to close by commenting briefly on the title of our plan for 2023-2030. President Taylor's arrival has inspired a sense of urgency on campus and brought home the understanding of how important everyone's work is to our students, their families and communities, our region and its industries, and our state, region, and nation. Located at the heart of the energy corridor, and as we launch into our 2nd century, we truly believe that our moment is now at Lamar University. Your support of this new strategic plan is appreciated, and I would be happy to respond to any questions or comments you might have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Brown and President Taylor. We look forward to hearing future updates on how this is progressing. Chair Austin, I move that Lamar University Strategic Plan for 2023-2030 be approved. Mr. Chairman.
Do I hear a second? Regent Gordy? Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes.
Thank you. Chair Austin, I move that Sam Houston State University be authorized to offer a new Bachelor of Arts degree in Educational Studies effective spring 2024. Mr. Chairman.
Do I hear a second? Second, Regent Tinsley. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes.
Chair Austin, I move that Sam Houston State University be authorized to offer a new Bachelor of Arts degree in Learning Technology effective spring 2024. Mr. Chairman.
Do I hear a second? Regent Gordy. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
The motion passes.
The fourth item for consideration is from Sul Ross State University. Chair Austin, I move that Sul Ross University be authorized to offer a new Master's of Science degree in Forensic Science effective fall 2024. Mr. Chairman.
Do I hear a second? Second, Regent Long. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes.
The fifth item for consideration is also from Saul Ross. Chair Austin, I move that Saul Ross State University be authorized to offer new certificate in border security and management effective fall 2023.
Do I hear a second? Regent Fesky? Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you. Before consideration and voting on the final Saul Ross item, I would like to invite President Hernandez to provide brief remarks. President Hernandez.
Thank you, Chair Flores. We're thrilled at the opportunity to present this planning authority request to the Board of Regents for creating a doctorate in education in educational leadership. It builds on the historical strengths of our education programming and the successful programs that we have in the master's areas in this area of study. We've already engaged in substantial early planning, and we're just looking forward to your approval so we can continue our work in that regard and then advance those requests to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, President Hernandez. This is exciting academic planning news for the university and for West Texas, and we look forward to receiving the complete proposal at a future board meeting. Chair Austin, I move that Saul Ross State University be authorized to initiate planning for the new doctoral of education degree in educational leadership. Mr. Chairman.
Do I hear a second? Regent Long? Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes.
Thank you. The next item for approval is from Texas State University regarding its transfer admission standards. Chair Austin, I move that Texas State University be authorized to replace the first-year admission requirements for transfer students as noted in Agenda Item 3G, effective for the spring/fall 2024 semester. Mr. Chairman.
Do I hear a second? Regent Lee? Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes.
Thank you. Before voting on the next series of items, I would like to invite President Danfus to provide brief remarks on this historic number of new doctoral programs being proposed by Texas State University. Dr. Danfus.
Thank you, Regent Flores. Thank you, Regents, for this opportunity. Starting in 1996, Texas State began offering PhD programs. We had 2 at that time. We have since added several other doctoral programs over the years. The most recent one was added in 2018. We currently have 12 PhD programs, 1 EDD and 1 professional doctorate in physical therapy. As you know, we were included in the TUF funding that is going to go to the vote of the people this fall. The other universities in that TUF funding are University of North Texas, Houston, and Texas Tech. While we have 14 doctoral programs and 12 PhD programs in total, UNT has 33, Houston has 44, and Texas Tech has 51. As you can see, we need to catch up with our competitors and our colleagues in that TUF program. Last fall, we started commission on the run to R1 to become a Tier 1 research university, and we had 3 targeted goals. One was to increase the number of postdoctoral faculty members who are doing research on our campus. Second was to increase our research expenditures. And the third was to increase the number of PhD graduates. And the 2-pronged approach was to invest heavily in our current PhD programs. And the proof has been in the pudding there. We actually have 90 more doctoral students this fall than we had the year before. And so we have a large number of doctoral students coming into our current programs. But the next phase was to increase the number of doctoral programs in our portfolio. We're applying for 11 doctoral programs with your approval. That would bring us to 20 PhD programs, 3 professional programs, and 2 educational doctorate programs with your approval. That would take us from 14 doctoral programs to 25. It's unusual to have this many go up at one time, but we had a robust conversation on our campus about the opportunities in front of us. We have the funding in place to bring these programs on board, and a lot of excitement on our campus about nearly doubling the number of doctoral programs on our campus. Thank you for considering it. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Dr. Dampus.
Thank you.
Well, for this, we have one cluster of a vote. And so approval of the 11 doctoral programs for Texas State University. Chair Austin, I move that Texas State University be authorized to offer 11 new doctoral programs as outlined in the board book under items 3H to 3R, effective with the appropriate approval by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board and the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools Commission of Colleges, and include 3H, Doctor of Business Administration degree with a major in Business Administration, 3I, Doctor of Education degree with a major in Curriculum Leadership, Doctor of Nursing Practice degree with a major in Nursing Practice, 3K, Doctor of Philosophy degree with a major in Civil Engineering, 3L, Doctor of Philosophy degree with a major in Construction Management, 3M, Doctor of Philosophy degree with a major in Electrical Engineering, 3N, Doctor of Philosophy degree with a major in Engineering Management, 3O, Doctor of Philosophy degree with a major in Integrated Molecular and Biophysical Chemistry, 3P, Director of Philosophy degree with a major in Mathematics, 3Q, Doctor of Philosophy degree with a major in Mechanical and Manufacturing Engineering, 3R, Doctor of Philosophy degree with a major in Sports Management. Mr. Chairman.
Do I hear a second? Regent Faskey. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes.
Thank you. The final item for consideration is from Lamar State College Orange. Chair Austin, I move that Lamar State Orange be authorized to offer a new basic certificate, intermediate certificate, and the Associate of Applied Science degree in Building Construction Technology, effective spring 2024. Mr. Chairman.
Do I hear a second? Regent Lee. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Any remaining items are included in the consent agenda unless someone wishes to remove an item from consent. This concludes the committee's report to the board, but first I'd like to end by saying thank you to the presidents, their staffs, Dr. Hayek, for this hard work, this wonderful presentations of where you guys are going. So thank you. Thank you from us.
Thank you for the good work that was done in the committee, Regent Flores, and also for my standpoint and the board standpoint. I appreciate the universities and the type of degrees that we're putting forth, because I do believe they're needed and our students get jobs. So we hear a lot about it. I certainly hear a lot about it in the press and things of that these days, and I do believe we watched this, and I've not been on everything we've approved on this board is a job that's needed, and so thank you so much for what you bring forth. With that, we're going to turn it over now to the Finance and Audit Committee, Regent Lee.
Chair Austin, the Finance and Audit Committee met telephonically on August the 1st, 2023 to discuss the finance and audit items included in today's agenda. I chaired the meeting, and committee members Regents Austin, Regent Long, Regent Scott, and also Regent Flores was also in attendance. I will tell you, on a side note, it will be the last meeting that I chair from Houston traffic. So apologize for that, and I promise you we won't do that again. The Finance and Audit Committee considered all items, and the committee agreed to move those agenda items to today's meeting for the board's consideration. The first item for consideration is Texas State University System's annual operating budgets for fiscal year 2024. This time, I would like to call up Vice Chancellor Harper to provide a summary of the budget highlights.
Thank you, sir. So our operating budget includes our unrestricted operating funds. Those are your state appropriation, tuition and fees, and then your auxiliary enterprises. Should be housing, dining, athletics. It does exclude restricted funds, so it would be Pell, certain research funds, endowment funds, and then any non-operating funds, which would be major constructionist predominantly. Revenues, we're at $1.65 billion. As you can see in the chart, 50% of those revenues comes from tuition and fees. 35% comes from state appropriations. Next.
Excuse me, Mr. Harper, I'm sorry to interrupt. Would it be possible for us to move these screens out so the regents can see what is on the screens? If not, we can do it another time, but they just need to be moved out a few feet. Can you see that?
If you lean forward.
John's is fine.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate it, guys.
Sheila, can you see that one? Okay. Thank you. Sorry.
On tuition and fees, so these are the board approved rates, and then we also include enrollment assumptions based on last actuals for the fiscal year. For context, tuition and fees at the State College are right around $1,800 a semester for 15 semester credit hours, and again, that's sticker price. And then at our universities, it ranges from $3,000 at Sul Ross Rio Grande College to right around $6,100 at Texas State. Again, that's for 15 semester credit hours undergraduate, and that is without any discounts. State appropriations are included, so it's all the actions from the last legislative session. And then for sales and services, it's the board approved resident hall and dining hall rates that the board considered in February. So breakdown, you can just see last year to this year, we're up 12.2%, again, predominantly in state appropriations, which we covered at the last board meeting. On revenues, you can also see revenue by component. This totals 10%, so I've got some math error there, but it's where we broke down. And then you can see it by individual institution, with Lamar at 12, going through Sul Ross Rio Grande College. A lot of these larger increases at the smaller institutions are because the legislature fully funded debt service for the last TRB allocation. And so that's a large driver for especially some of our smaller institutions. Here we're just trending budgetary expenses versus enrollment. So you can see since 2015, we've had a steady increase on our budgeted, or our operating budget, with the exception of 2021, which was impacted by COVID. And then you can also see that our operating expenses trend with both enrollment on head count, but also enrollment on semester credit hour basis. This slide, it illustrates that, while we're talking about our operating budget, when you do consider our non-operating expenses, which is what's in the blue. So I wanted just to show you that there is a significant delta between our operating budget and our non-operating budget. We'll have our fiscal 23 AFR done after the November board meeting. So I don't have that information to present here. And so as you can see, with an operating budget we're looking at approving today, once this rolls, our AFR will probably be pushing $2 billion. So it'll be a pretty good delta there. By expenses, $725 million of it is for instruction, academic, and student support. So around half of the dollars go directly into the classroom. On object of expense, probably as y'all know well, about $900 million of our expenses is for salaries and wages, so around 60%. And then this is the breakdown of expenditures by institution. You'll see for Sam Houston State University, there's a decrease there, and that's because since the College of Medicine now receives state appropriations, it has a separate budget for that amount. So we pulled it out of the Sam Houston, their regular operating budget. Then I included some kind of contextual slides based on some questions we had. So Regent Scott, you expressed some interest in the Hazelwood program, so I just wanted to highlight historically the legislature's appropriated around 13% of the reimbursement. This year, moving forward, they did it at 72%. So you can see for fiscal 22, we had around $24 million associated with Hazelwood Legacy. And for those not familiar, the Hazelwood program allows children of veterans to receive free tuition and fees up to 150 hours. The largest impact, as you can see on here, is at Texas State, but with the decision the legislature made, we should receive a $17 million reimbursement for this upcoming fiscal year. So making a pretty good dent in that program.
Hold on, David. I want to call It's been my pet peeves for 11 years. The legislature implements something that doesn't fund it.
It took them a decade, and they got around to
A little
it.
help from Dave Thielen, I think we
Yeah, so it's good.
You can still be 18%
I am.
Next up is a slide that I affectionately call the Regent Scott slide. This is a primary reserve ratio. It's months of coverage, so it's kind of like a fund balance metric. You know, our goal is to be around the 5-month mark, so you can see where we are. And y'all have heard about all the investment that Texas State's looking to put in, so they're in a cash position to be able to do that. And then just again, more contextual, our endowment holdings, we have around $900 million in cash equivalents. And some of that, actually, I should say, some of that is invested in an operating long, and then we have around $380 million of investment holdings system-wide. And then my recap is, you know, it's a conservative approach. Oh, I'm sorry, I got debt slides. Sorry about that. Derek, I'll do those. So I want to include some slides on debt as well. So we have right north of, you know, right at $1.2 billion of outstanding debt. 18% of it is fully reimbursed by the state. We pay around $110 million a year for both principal and interest. $74 million of that's in principal. So we have a fairly aggressive debt program where when we lend, we pay it off quickly. Our last big issue we did, we went out and our amortization was over 17 years, so it's fairly short. The most important thing to highlight on here is,
Daniel, have you been purposefully short in setting those amortizations?
we are.
Okay,
So
good.
normally for housing, we'll do 30 years because it cash flows better, but for academic, we do 20. And then when we go to market, we've already kind of preset what our debt service we can afford. And so we squeeze that debt service to shorten the amortization. So again, you know, we're at almost 120 million in annual debt service. When you think of our total expenses, our debt service is around 7% of total expenses, so fairly conservative. So I guess the takeaway from that is our institutions aren't heavily leveraged, which is a good thing. And then this is that same slide that talks about 7%, but it's broken out by institution. So you can see that you have Port Arthur on the far right. They're around 4%. You come through, you have Texas State at 7.8, and y'all have been on the campus and you've seen the growth in the past. And so those growth trends also align here. with the indebtedness of the institutions. So, and then I think with that, now I have my recap. So it's a conservative approach. It's a balanced budget. We have a minimal use of fund balance, and it's always targeted. We have adequate reserves, and we're in a sound fiscal condition at the system level and at each component institution. Thank you all.
Appreciate the report. Thank you and the presidents for all your work in putting these budgets together. And with that, Chairman Austin, I would move that the fiscal year 2024 operating budgets for the components of the Texas State University system be approved.
Do I hear a second? Second, Regent Scott. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes.
All right, next item for consideration is Texas State University System fiscal year 2024 audit and compliance plan, which Carol was kind enough to cover with us in our committee meeting. And Chairman Austin, I would move that fiscal year 2024 audit and compliance plan for the Texas State University system be approved.
Do I hear a second? Regent Flores. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? The motion passes.
The next item of the agenda is an informational item. It's the status of implementation of audit recommendations, which we also covered in the committee meeting. The remaining items in our report are included in the consent agenda, and if there are no items that any of the regents would like to remove, I would propose they all move forward as presented. With this, that concludes the Finance and Audit Committee's report.
Yeah. Thank you, Regent Lee. Thanks for the work there at the committee, and Daniel, thank you. We'll go on to the Planning and Construction meeting committee. Regent Scott.
Mr. Chairman, the Planning and Construction Committee met on August the 1st, 2023 to discuss the planning and construction agenda. I chaired the meeting and Regents Austin, Lee, and Flores were in attendance. The committee considered all items and agreed to move each item to today's meeting for the board's consideration. The first item for consideration is LSCPA's design development documents for the Allied Health and Science Building. A sport video was prepared to highlight this project. Thank you. Betty, would you like to comment on this? You and I have had long conversations about how needed this building is, but
Absolutely. This is certainly one of the most needed buildings on our campus, and we're delighted to have it and get started on it. But probably the most excited people on the campus are about 20 nursing faculty and about 200 nursing students. They are absolutely beside themselves. They've been very involved in the planning of this building. It will have all of the latest and greatest renovations for our equipment for simulation equipment for the nursing program. Just to give you an idea, the impact that it's going to have, our current nursing facility is about 5,000 square feet. This is 10 times that size. So they're very, very excited about it. I think Stantec has done a really good job listening to us, so we believe that it's going to be a beautiful building, but in addition to that, it'll be very functional. So we're delighted to put a shovel in the ground, we hope sometime in October. Thank you.
well, I went to junior high school, and yes, I said junior high school, not middle school, in Woodrow Wilson that's across from the campus. So this has been a great project, and Betty and all of her staff have really done it. I'm sorry I call you Betty. I know you too well to call you President Renard, but anyway, it's a great project, and I look forward to all of us seeing it in person somewhere down the road.
March 2025. Put it on your calendar.
Very good. So Chairman Austin, I move that the design development documents for the Allied Health and Science Building be approved.
Do I hear a second? Second by Regent Tinsley. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? The motion passes.
The next item on our agenda is the quarterly planning and construction report. And as you can see from the board book, we are transitioning from design and construction, from design into construction of projects, and this follows the TRB cycle, which should have been a couple of years ago. But at any rate, we're gonna see a real ramp up in actual construction on our campuses. And there's no motion or vote necessary on this. I'll go to the third and remaining item, which includes the consent agenda, unless some regent wishes to remove an item from the consent agenda. First item is addition of the 2023-28 capital improvement program. Second item is addition of the 24 to 29 capital improvement program. Third item is amendment to the 23-28 capital improvement program. And the fourth item is authority to utilize job order contract for the LSCPA Madison Monroe renovation project. I'll just comment that the last item, the reason we're doing job order contracts is because we have to spend funds from the legislature within a short period of time. That's not our standard method, but it'll work well for this project. I also want to thank Daniel for all of his efforts. As we roll out of design into construction, it adds additional load to our staff, but we all have a lot of confidence that it'll go well. This concludes the Planning and Construction Committee report, unless there's some question that anyone has. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Regent Scott, for the work that's done at the committee. We all, as we go to the campuses, we get to see what we approve, and I would just say, my 6 years here, it certainly has evolved, and I'm real proud of what we've done, and I know you are as well. With that, we'll move on to rules and regulations. Regent Tinsley.
The Rules and Regulation Committee met by telephone on Wednesday, August 2nd, 2023, and discussed the items on the Rules and Regulations agenda. I chaired the meeting, which was also attended by committee members Regent Foskey and Regent Flores, as well as Regent Scott. The Chancellor and representatives of the System Administration Office and of the component institutions were also present. The meeting was duly posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Law. The committee voted unanimously to recommend that all agenda items be placed on the consent agenda, and unless any regent would like to move one of those rules to the meeting agenda, the committee recommends that they remain part of the consent agenda. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the Rules and Regulations Committee report.
Thank you for your report, Regent Tinsley. In view of the Rules and Regulations Committee's recommendation to place these proposed rules on the consent agenda, no action is required at this time. Thank you for the work done. Government Relations Committee, I'll now invite Vice Chancellor Sean Cunningham to the podium to give us the update. Good afternoon, Sean.
Good afternoon. Regents, Presidents, Chancellor, it's great to see everyone here at Sul Ross, and especially great to address everyone after a transcendent legislative session for higher education and TSUS. The board meeting following a legislative session is usually a lighter agenda for the government relations team, but I do have some information to share as we look ahead to these next couple of months. Since I last addressed this board, the legislature decided that a regular session wasn't enough fun and decided they needed several special sessions to address property tax reform. The legislature did just that in passing 3 bills this past month that included compressing school district tax rates, increasing the homestead exemption from $40,000 to $100,000, increasing the business franchise exemption from $1.2 million to an annual revenue to roughly $2.8 million. In total, these bills equate to approximately $18 billion of tax cut. The last hurdle for these historic tax cuts will be the Texas voters, who will vote on the measure and 13 other measures this upcoming November. Speaking of upcoming ballot measures, last Friday, we now have the order that they will appear on the ballot, and that the one that we are looking at most closely, the constitutional amendment that we'll be monitoring, is the tough amendment that President Danforth spoke of earlier. That will be Proposition 5. So that's a good number, Proposition 5. So do what you will on that come November. I can't tell you what to do, but study it up. I want to quickly mention that TSUS hosted a successful event at the Headliners Club following the legislative session, more or less a legislative appreciation, where we had Speaker Phelan, several chairmen, some local members that represent our institutions geographically, and then several key staffers from the Speaker's office and higher education community. It was well attended, and we look forward to hosting again in maybe the late fall. Looking ahead, we are poised for a busy fall. This September, the Senate will begin the trial of Attorney General Ken Paxton, and the presumption is that upon completing the trial, they could be in the third called special session beginning in October. This third called special will principally be focused on the topic of school choice, teacher pay, and workforce. We're hopeful that several topics of interest to our system will be on the call. We will, of course, update the board and presidents as we learn more. Last, I won't read from it. There's a dense report on the things that are happening on the federal level. I will pass that out so you can read that at your leisure. With that, Mr. Chairman, I close.
I want to thank you for all the work that all of y'all did on Hazelwood.
Our pleasure.
Well, and the chancellor.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chancellor Cunningham. Well done, as always. Thank you. Since no action is required on this report, the board will now consider contracts, personnel, and miscellaneous items. The next order of business is the approval of contracts. All the items in the contracts section have been moved to the consent agenda. Are there any questions from the board? There being no questions or objections, the next order of business is the personnel section. These items can also be found in the consent agenda. The next order of business is the miscellaneous section. The only action item in the miscellaneous section has been moved to later in the agenda, and remaining items in the miscellaneous section can be found on the consent agenda. Before we recess to executive session, I would like to share with the group that this evening's reception and dinner begins at 6 p.m. at the Museum of the Big Bend's Cultural Events Center. Please plan to be in the hotel lobby for transportation to the event at 5:45 p.m. Boots and jeans. Let's go with both of them. My bad. Are welcome. The board will now recess to executive session in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Section 551.071 through 551.074 of the Government Code. No votes will be taken in executive session. For the record, the time is 1:26 p.m. Everybody ready? Everybody good? All right, we're going on. Okay. We will now reconvene in open session. The time is 4:38 p.m. For the record, in compliance with Texas Open Meetings Act, no votes were taken or decisions reached in executive session. We have one item of business from the miscellaneous section before we recess today. This is a walk-on item from our state colleges for the authorization to establish an instructional site in Livingston, Polk County, Texas. Regents, the motion is in front of you and on the screen. At this time, I'll ask Dr. Johnson with Lamar State College Orange to comment on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Regents, Chancellor. An existing Polk County Education Center located in Livingston, Texas was built in 2013 and is voluntarily being vacated by Angelina College. The available educational space is well suited for college-level courses and totals approximately 12,000 square feet. It is comprised of a reception area with office suite, 6 classrooms, 3 laboratories, a library media center, and a student gathering area. Polk County has experienced a 6.3 population growth between 20 and 22 compared to 3% statewide growth. And between 2010 and 2022, Polk County realized a population expansion of 17.3%. The projection population increase between 2020 and 2040 is 25.6%. The top growing industries in the county are healthcare management, transportation, material moving, business, financial operations, construction, and extraction services. Lamar State College Orange, Lamar State College Port Arthur, and Lamar Institute of Technology can occupy the education center and provide Livingston and Polk County with access to quality post-secondary academic, technical, health profession programs that the Polk County Educational Foundation and the community is seeking. LSCO, LSCPA, and LIT will comply with all the requirements and guidelines for approvals by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board and the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools Commissions on Colleges. And if there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer them, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Regents, do you have any questions or comments? Then I move that Lamar State College Orange, Lamar State College Port Arthur, and Lamar Institute of Technology be authorized to establish an instructional site in Livingston, Polk County, Texas. The site will be used to enhance the mission of the respective institutions upon final approval by the Texas State University System Board of Regents, the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, and the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools Commission on Colleges, effective spring 2024. Regents, do I hear a second? Second by Regent Tinsley. Any discussion? Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes. If there is no further business and without objection, we will stand in recess for the day and reconvene in open session tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. The time is 4:45 p.m.